Alright, hello and welcome back to Minecraft 1.19.2, featuring Crossroads, Tinker's Construct, and some other things here and there. Our goal for the day is to get into the Nether and get some rubies so we can finally get into the beam system. The trouble with the Nether is that it's a colossal pain in the neck, full of very irritating ghasts that just keep causing problems pretty much no matter what I do. So I'm going to bring a ton of cobblestone to try and address some of that. And there's some other infrastructure here and there that we can also modify. It only takes 2. Well, now I have 2 of these kicking around. Next thought. Making a mount. Well, those are admin things. That's also an admin thing. Machine wrench, ignition key. How does this work? It needs Zeganite. And Zeganite makes machine parts. Machine parts then do what? How to machine. You've got all your custom music discs. Okay, so there's a machine chassis made of logic circuits, a minecart, and machine parts. Panel construction kit, metal, cloth construction kit. Okay, instruction kit, flying. So that's a flying machine. That's a ground machine. That's a sea machine, and that is a heavy-duty hauling machine. This takes a lot of machine parts. We need frameworks and adaptive circuits, which are logic circuits with frameworks, and the logic circuits are machine parts. I basically need to make a lot of these. That's clay, planks, zeganite, and carbon. Fortunately, carbon is not an issue. Neither are zeganite, planks, or clay. Let's just see how much mischief we can get away with. $42, with carbon being the limiting factor. And these need to be smelted, but when smelted they double. So at most I can smelt 32 at a time. Unless I were to put a hopper output on this, but then we're getting a little crazy. I mean, we're already well past crazy with the hoppers. Well past. Alright, then 32 will double to 64. Now, I guess you can go here for now. Not gonna need a lot of torches in the Nether. Okay. I think everything's fine. It is Nether excursion time. Once again, we are looking for rubies, which are found in Blackstone. But also, this is my own private tunnel, and I will not be harassed. Thought I saw another gas, but it was only a boat. It was only a bone block. Damn thing's giving me PTSD. Really? Really? There is still no escape from this nonsense. There. Let's see you get in through here. He's gonna. And we're clear. I now have a featureless tunnel for the first difficult leg of the journey. I might be able to drill down here and go looking for blackstone pockets in the deep. Oh hey, cobalt immediately. That's a good find. And there's more. Uh-huh. The unwanted lava pockets are everywhere. Well, where's all the blackstone? Well, besides all this fruitless banging on this particular bunch of netherrack, we also have a lot of repairs that need doing back near the Blazing Blood Farm. This bunch of netherrack could help with that. We simply have many tasks today. And one involves getting through these hoglins again. Out of my way. As long as that segment of bridge runs through Crimson Forest, hoglins will always be an issue. I may need to find some soul soil and some blue mushrooms, some warped mushrooms to plant. And that will at least put the hoglin into a frightened state and make them less hostile. Well, I guess that ghast found me gold. Patch the holes stronger so they can't break again. And in addition to simply patching up our mistakes, we also have to ensure that they don't happen again. Although, I am taking this glowstone. This puts a use to all of the netherrack we've collected. Okay, just about done. Alright, glowstone, cobalt, wither skeleton things, zeganite, gold that I can compact. Actually, I can just kind of leave that there. It sits there on the crafting bench. Technically, that pocket crafting bench is 9 more slots. Okay. Tunnel has been made more boring and safe. This is a pattern which doubtless will need to continue. Hello. Deadly open floor cavity. This is all fine, or will be until a ghast proves otherwise. Guardrails finished. They're janky, ugly, and terrible, but functional. Which continue to describe basically all of my builds. Oh, this guy is feeling uppity. Yeah, shoe. You've got to go. I won't have you stealing my materials. I've heard you guys can sometimes trade for rubies. Let's see it. Spectral arrows, an interesting choice. Gravel. I'm not impressed. String. Come on, you can do better. Nether brick. I'm paying you in gold and you're giving me garbage. I don't even know what he gave me that last time. Blackstone. Well, that was a waste. Seal this up because you just know some gas is going to take a shot through that crack. If they don't have line of sight, they can't fire. Back at the blaze melter, where I have been displeased with these extra rows of empty space. That's better. Now, I don't really want to hang out here to melt blazes for a while. We've got enough. There's a ghast. No sneaky shots from you down there. I hate that I have to completely enclose these tunnels and do away with what little in the Nether passes for scenery. All in the interest of not getting shot. And having the entire bridge sabotaged. But that'll do. Now let's go find one of our 2 dig sites and blackstone and start ripping things apart. The Enderman Social is still somewhere around here. There are so many making noise. There they are. That is quite a few, isn't it? That is a fight I kind of need to have. So I'm going to sneak down here. Make myself a cheeky little safe spot. And then from this convenient enderproof safety, start the fight of my life. Hiya! Where are you going? Can I just stare you all in the face? Solve the problem that way. There we go. Now we have numerous volunteers. Couple more to go. Perfect. That's a dozen pearls, some junk, and 2 heads, each of which count as more pearls. But most importantly, the Enderman's picnic that's been down here chattering away underneath my bridge is finally quiet. All without taking a scratch. I might have to go out hunting with my charcoalinator again to get more carbon, to make more zeganite, to get into whatever the Vscraft machines can get me. But that's a lesser priority. We can explore that when it's easier. Right now I need to find one of my 2 drilling sites and continue the search for Ruby, which we have not found any of yet. What happened to that space by the magma island where I was drilling? Why can I suddenly not find that anymore? Or is it here? I'm just wondering if I blocked it up like a dummy. No, I think this is it. Also, we have a pigman, another pigaloo, carrying a sign of unknown materials. Huh. Blazing blood. Neat. I'll need a way to get it out of the lantern. These trades are terrible. A water bottle. Thanks for nothing. Alright, so now that I know where the rubies are, at least in what strata, I gotta tear this apart. And there's one. We have a start. Using fortune on it didn't help. We have one ruby. which technically means I can begin beams. I will need a beam lab. I think that beam lab will need to be on the surface. Because how am I going to get lightning to strike indoors non-destructively? And I will need beams that create lightning eventually. Well, that's all for this pocket of blackstone. There was one ruby in it. Just one. If there was one ruby in every pocket of blackstone, this might be alright. Uh-oh. But first I'll need to find the blackstone. That's part of a lava ocean. I can't place blocks anywhere to block it out. Yeah, it's just all lava all the time out there. So this is immediately a dead end. Maybe I can get away with stealing some of this gold without invoking the wrath of the Nether. Nope, nope, there's the wrath of the Nether. So that's all the gold I can steal. One ruby. Rubies go in the crystal lens array because RGB. The crystal lens array makes everything beam. The siphon, the splitter, crystal master axis, the detailed crafter, which gets us into advanced stuff, the prism, and the resonance extractor. So I need one ruby for every 2 beam-related blocks that we make. And we're going to need a lot of them. Okay, we got some more blackstone. Is there another ruby hiding in this mass of black rock? Come on. Show me at least one. That's cobalt. That's not a bad consolation prize. And more cobalt than expected. I don't think I've seen a vein of 4 before. Ow. Make that 5. It was an entire iron vein of cobalt. Hi. How did you get here? Did you hear that I had gold? There's some more. Knock yourself out. I vacuumed up the gold somehow. Get it. What the? Enchanted boots? You are a waste of my time and mental energy. Get out of here. You have nothing of value. I can't believe these piglins think gravel is an appropriate trade for gold sometimes. Like, thanks for the shiny block, here's some dirt. Then again, if they actually had dirt, that would be valuable here in the Nether. It would make it possible to do farming on a purely Nether playthrough without bringing in any dirt from the overworld. I've found and mangled lots of blackstone. So far, to no effect. We're actually finding more cobalt, which is nice, granted, but it's not what I'm after. Do I need to make a bunch of beds and go explosion mining? Whoa, whoa, okay. Calm down. I'm just expressing perfectly rational disappointment. You don't need to incinerate me. More cobalt. And a pocket that I've already dug. Actually, this specific piece of cobalt means the vein I found earlier was 7. I was going to say 6, and then I found another one. Okay, so 1 ruby. Other than that, they're basically busting our hammer to get nowhere. Oh boy, there's more of them. So much for piglins trading for rubies on occasion. They gave us not a 1. A 1 is a start. It's not exactly a great start, but it's a start. I basically don't want to go out this way. Never. So, forget the ghasts, forget the scenery, just leave me alone. Glorious automatic windmill. Maybe some of this circuity goodness should be blocked in. Just in case of, I don't know, lightning strikes. Another path to the top, and that looks like a party over there. All kinds of trouble. pack away the rest of our loot. I should really have a drawer for obsidian by now. Why do I have blackstone down there? Blackstone is a nether block. Get up there. Obsidian. I guess not. Another wither skull, more fragments of wither skulls. Pork chops. I can strip the soul speed off this one. Can I extract the enchantment somehow? No, none of these allow me to do that. Alright, so give me the XP, and we'll throw you in here. I got bottle, nuggets, funky arrows. And the ender heads definitely go in here. These blazing blood lanterns. Oh, I can just empty them in there. Easy. I thought I'd have to pour the stuff out. I can take lava from them. Make these nice, literal lava lamps. Do I need literal lava lamps? No. Is it free light? Absolutely. The cacti are coming along. Got a random fire charge. Spectral arrows. Coal. I have one ruby. The great ruby hunt is not yet over. Not by a long shot. Got some iron here. That's all the nuggets and the boots. I can't believe Molten Ender is considered an Ender Slime Ball. Is there anything else Molten Ender can do? Well, I could cast Eyes of Ender with it. Other than that, no, there's just the Ender Pearl Repair Kit. Which, I don't even know what that would repair. I need my hammer to regenerate. That has to happen. We have more machine parts. Redstone and gold makes logic circuits. Logic circuits in a minecart make the machine chassis. Machine deed for transferring them. Dismounter to get things out of your machines. Ignition key to give... That doesn't transfer ownership, but it allows someone else to use them. Machine workbench, no longer required. Used to be. And basic framework. So what if I want a ground machine and an air machine? These are the same recipe, it's just the book's in a different place. And the hauler moves the redstone dust. See, I want to try a ground machine so I can make travel through my nether passageway faster. We'll turn into a go-kart track. So to make 2 machines, I need 4 adaptive circuits, which means 8 logic circuits made from redstone, which we don't have nearly enough of, and gold nuggets, which are not terribly expensive. Eight of these. And 4 of these to make the adaptive circuits. And then 4 more of them to make the frameworks that make the instruction kits. I need 2 redstone, 2 books, and 2 glass panes. I have 1 glass pane. And 1 book. Alright, instruction kit, air. Instruction kit, ground. I will need 6 more logic circuits. That's not how that works, is it? Almost. I was close. And 2 minecarts. Good thing I have a ridiculous amount of iron now, thanks to ore tripling, and every other kind of multiplication I have going on. So I need panel, metal, and cloth. All 3 of the kits, regardless of how it's worked. Or do I only need 1? I don't know. Panel is made of wood. Metal is made of iron. Cloth is made of wool. Let me start with wood, just to see if I can get away with that. Running out of zeganite. Alright, construction kit, wooden panel. I do need all 3. Or do I? Apparently so. Which means I'm out of machine parts. Because I can't turn that into the 4 more frames that we need for this. Or the logic circuits. So I just have an incomplete machine sitting there. Sounds about right. I could make an infinite lava setup. You could go right here. Blast furnace not spinning. I have slag. I don't have anything to process in here, so that's fine. Lava. So to pull this off, I'm going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cauldrons. And the lava tank. grab this. Seven of these. Seven of these. I'll also take 7 of these. I don't specifically need to use dripstone blocks, but I like to signify what the heck I'm doing. Okay, tank at the ready. Dripstone at the ready. We'll have to do this kinda fast. Oh. This is not fast. It's okay, though. I have dictated the path of the lava. The lava has decided to ignore my directions. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. And there we go. Infinite lava source. It just has to keep dripping and filling. I don't know if I have any pipes that can extract from cauldrons, but if I could, that'd be great. Just have infinite lava piping directly into this tank. I don't think that works, though. Kind of a shame. I have more zeganite, but I don't have the carbon to go with it. So we need more charcoalinator adventures. Which I can make especially poignant with these saplings and a supply of bone meal. Perfect. I'm probably going to come turn this hill over here. What the hell do you think you're doing? Get out of my anal pen. You don't get to place dirt blocks in my animal pen to let my animals escape. Alright, it's just carbon time. I might need to find a flower forest too, for some of the flowers that I don't have for making roots spells. Crumble tree. Alright, what does that do for my carbon supply? Just a few stacks of charcoal, nothing major. I'll just leave that there to grow. I think I made a profit on saplings too. The only way to make the magical cactus machine here better is if I had... Actually, there are a couple things I can have. One of them would be a vacuum hopper right here. That would greatly increase the convenience. Oh, we have extra seeds, we have extra berries. I have so much of a berry surplus. And somewhat too many saplings. That's not sapling. This is what I wanted to grab. Wait a minute. These berries specifically? Yeah. Elderberries cannot be composted, but the others can. Weird. Elderberries also clear potion effects, so I should really keep those on hand in the Nether. of more immediate concern. I've got zeganite and carbon, then it's clay and planks. Is there another way to turn this into clay balls? Yes, I can mill it. Get a millin'. I don't quite have 4 stacks of zeganite. That's not where that goes. There we go. Get those cooking. And I guess put the rest away. Alright, 4 of these. I made the wood one. I need metal and cloth, and of course more logic circuits. This is more expensive in terms of redstone than I thought it would be. May have to go down looking for more redstone. Is there another way to get redstone? Apparently centrifuging dirty water can get redstone. Not likely to, though. Crystallized redstone. Beam charge. Turns a lot of things into crystal redstone. Fascinating. How do I get beam alignment charge? Ooh, that's a slight flaw in my circuit. If the output slot fills up, then there's still stuff in the smelter, and thus it's still connected to the heat system. But it's not doing any work. That's kind of okay though, because I still have the safety control that prevents the system from fully crashing. Four for metal, 4 for cloth. And these have to be shift right clicked onto the machine frame. Use a machine wrench to finish construction. Okay. I don't have one of those and wasn't expecting to need one. Leather and 3 parts. Boink. Another shift right click. I have a machine. It looks very generic. What? I understand precisely none of this. So I'm the owner. I guess that's its health. This must be its fuel. It needs an instruction kit. I don't know how to install that. How does any of this work? Durability restore. Upgrades. That's a lot of adaptive circuits. Hearts of the Sea. Netherite. What could be bigger than netherite? Nether stars, of course. That makes sense. Detailing kit changes the texture. Okay. Machine battery can't use machine pellet. Zeganite and carbon makes fuel. I don't have the Zeganite anymore. Insert this item into a machine's instruction slot via the GUI. Be nice if I knew which slot that was. Is that here? It is. And now it has aerial parts. Okay, that is a jukebox slot. That's the fuel slot. This is its lock and key. Auto run, power. I don't know what the item frame is for. That must be the upgrade slot. It kind of looks like the machine upgrades. And apparently it has a storage. This must be specifically for the hauler, because I don't see any way to add storage. Service kits for energy and durability. I don't know what energy does, or is, or could be. What do you mean empty tag fuel machine pellet? Fuel machine pellet is a thing. Well, it's not finished. Bunch of admin tools. Admin machines. So I guess apart from fuel and possible upgrades, this is done. And I now know how to build another one in the Nether. efficient fuel or not. Let's get some gas in that thing. Get it off the ground. Because I do not want mobs to end up in it. We'll go ahead and say auto run. Which doesn't do what I thought it did. That's more like it. It turns very slowly. Auto run doesn't do anything like what I expected it to. And then there's you. Get off my cactus farm. And come face me. Duel of the Pearls. Got him. So I've now made a flying machine that I can use to slowly explore the world from the air. And it needs upgrades, which I can't really afford. Actually, maybe I could afford this one. It's 4 chips, therefore 8 chips, and a ton of these frameworks. I'm not too keen on that right now. That's expensive. Also, all this time and our hammer has not refilled very much. Let's refill it manually. Costs a lot of that sky slime. I'm going to have to turn some of this sky slime into slime balls so I can more easily repair this thing. But that aside, back to the Nether. Still need rubies. Is there a way to multiply ruby production? They smelt and blast into 1, they mill into 2. If I could silk touch it. I don't think that's quite good enough. I need the 3rd level of luck here. How do you lucky one more time? I could also lucky my pants. No, I'm not wearing the right kind of pants to do that. That would be this armor. Lucky rank 3? Rabbit's Foot Rose Gold. Yeah, Rabbit's Foot Diamond Rose Gold, and a name tag. I have a name tag, right? No? Still no? I actually don't have a name tag. I figured I'd have one by now. Can they be made? Easily. So the tricky part is Rabbit's Foot, which is very often the tricky part. I don't see one in here, which means I'll have to go back to the desert. I do not want to go back to the desert to hunt more rabbit's feet. So I guess I'm just taking my fortune too and going back on the ruby hunt. Suddenly, never mind. There are better ways. It's not a lot of beds, but it's a start. I have fire resist for the inevitable lava problems. The rubies will be mine. Now, apart from being in Blackstone, it was never specified what height to check at. So I'm just searching blindly. Completely expected. No, none of that. How low do I have to go before I start seeing anything other than solid rock? Okay, magma blocks or something. I can turn these into liquid magma. And therefore queen slime. I think it's time to start blasting. Yeah, definitely time to start. So there's my blast shield, the bed, and boom. Did that help? No. Instead, it caused far more trouble. That's alright, though. I guess I found some cobalt in the process. And I now have a burning monument to my sins. Hey, this is something. Finding a lot of cobalt this way. Basically nothing else was revealed. Oh, never mind. We have one more ruby. Good. It's working. What, +1 ancient debris for future netherite exploits? And +2 rubies. There's also a great deal more cobalt, more than I thought there'd be. Like most of my mod-related confusion, my head is still stuck in previous versions of Tinker's Construct, where cobalt was extremely rare and had to be paired not with netherite or ancient debris, which did not yet exist, but instead had to be paired with a similar substance called ardite. I believe Tinker's Construct, cobalt, and ardite are the precursors to ancient debris. Bed, cobble, blast. Is that lava ocean? It is. I can't place blocks over there. So we have reached the limit of blasting in this direction. Shame. I still have 2 beds left. Another ruby. Now we're getting somewhere. I may have to get one of those stupid centrifuges going. Automate my salt production. This has been good, though. We got more blackstone, lots more netherrack, gravel. I know quartz is in the system. I just completely ignored this grab on the way down. Smoothing out the staircase would have been a distraction. I also need to stone cutter myself some more stairs. Funny though, the gas noises no longer bother me, because we're completely encapsulated from them. Is flint any good for anything besides arrows? Makes mining charges with a surplus of gunpowder. Flint and brick. Obsidian cutting kit. Cost in obsidian allows you to instantly cut 4. Fletching table, shuriken, something something rituals. Scorched brick. Magma on flint. That's a weird way to get a brick, but okay. Turn your tool into flint and steel. Set fire to your feet. More fire. Or flint tool parts. Flint, not that impressive, unless you want to make mining bombs. Which, now that I know they exist, maybe I do. What? How? Who? What? You can't burn me, making your arrows quite irrelevant. Let me put this in here too, because this is where I'll need it. Flint, I have a whole 10 flint. That's not a lot of mining explosives. Magma blocks are getting out of hand. Cobalt, strangely, also getting out of hand. Manulin. Manulin is a very desirable material, but I'm very much sold on slime steel. Slime steel, I have 2.5 damage and, of course, the slimy properties. But if I went to Manulin, I would have an additional point of base damage. And the insatiable trait, so every time I hit an enemy, my damage goes up. Well, plus 2 damage after 8 hits. So that's less impressive. But that extra point of base damage is not to be scoffed at. Unfortunately, to have a useful amount of Manulin, I would need to make an entire cleaver blade out of it, and then keep the slime steel blade backing. Because if the tool isn't made of slimy materials, then it loses durability. Just the one raw gold. Well, this melts into an ingot and 3 nuggets. So, ingot, 3 nuggets. Get in there. And give me my ender pearls. Now, we have 4 rubies, 4 emeralds, at least 4 diamonds. Going into the crystal lens array is almost all that rubies are good for. Almost. There's still slightly more to them. But we need pure quartz. And it takes salt to purify quartz. Fortunately, I have an absurd amount of salt. And I know how to get more. I want to save 1 each of these. They'll be useful later. Other than that, we're making our crystal lenses. One of these just goes in an obsidian housing. Simple as that. And this is how we create beams. Searching uses on this thing tells us how to beam. Never mind this solidified stuff. That's something else. Crystallized soul cluster. Potential and void. Alchemical salt, 16. I don't think I have access to that yet. Frozen quicksilver, potential. Cocoa beans, energy, potential, and stability. That's a weird spread, but okay. Slime balls, potential, lasts a while. Solidified, never mind. Salt, potential and stability. Copshoium, never mind. Charcoal, energy and potential. Honey, potential only. Am I going to have a bee farm? Dragon's breath. Energy, stability, and it just blasts out for a long time. Lapis. Prismarine. Solidified, never mind. Glowstone, a pretty even split. Redstone, energy potential. Coal, energy potential. Oh, but in reverse from redstone was charcoal, energy potential. That's the same as coal. Honey block, potential. Sugar, energy potential, kind of like redstone actually, but not as powerful. Gunpowder, energy only. Adamant, never mind. Prismarine. Sulfur, I think that's a never mind. This is also Copshoium, which is a never mind. Crystal Soul Shard, Snow Block, stability. Unexpected. Moonshine Vodka. I don't know how to make that. It's a pink name though, so I think that's a Bobo item. Blaze Powder. With this we could do infinitely. High energy, lower half potential. I think that's similar to redstone. Or is it similar to coal? Solidified, snowball, solidified. Glowstone block. Just like glowstone, but lasts 4 times as long, because it's 4 times as much. And energy stability, ender pearl, lasts a while. Glowstone can also be beam transmuted from the light alignment. So this is where things get interesting. So we have our crystal lens arrays. And I'm going to need either splitters or siphons. And I think I want siphons. But that needs glowing quartz. Okay, we just add glowstone. Simple. Crystal access, detailed crafter, prism. I know prism is going to be important eventually. Basic beam reflector. Basic beam reflector does not require these lenses. Just quartz and bronze. That's easy. Let's do some of those. I didn't realize these were so cheap. But I still definitely need at least one. Either splitter or siphon. And the siphon is the same recipe, it just doesn't involve redstone. Interesting. Siphon. Also going to need to get some circuits in here. And a lever would be nice. And now I just need a place to do all this experimenting. It really could be anywhere. The easier the reach, the better. Oh, and I can't get anywhere with this without my omnimeter. There you are. Might as well take this too. Could be useful. I also need the wrench. So I'm probably going to need to be able to spin beams. As much as I like this place for making charcoal, it is just as well that I tear this down and use this as my beam lab. So we have the extractor. Insert items, out comes beam. We have reflectors. Reflectors input from any direction and send beams out the front. And siphon siphons beams off to the front, remaining beams come out the back. No. 1, 2, 3, fourth space. Alright, so if I put a piece of charcoal in here, we get a beam that does nothing. But I can read it, and now I understand the power of charge. What does the power of charge do? What if back is less than side? If back is greater than side. No, I don't want it this way. I want a circuit where I can send a signal of arbitrary size, but only if a lever is pulled. Hey, you. Give me gunpowder. The head is fine too. Can I melt the head? I can, into glass. And there's no way to turn the creeper head into gunpowder. Shame. More creepers. He dropped TNT? What? I didn't know they could drop entire blocks of TNT. Well, the important thing for right now is, it is too crowded out here. I need a nap. But I also need to conceptualize this circuit. Ceiling, flooring, min. What's the smallest? Output's the largest. Exponent inversion. Output's the product. I could do that. I could flatten the redstone signal from the lever down to 1 with a toggle, and then multiply that 1 by an arbitrary. We also have basic knots, ands, and things. So instead of detecting the lever with a comparison, I could just lever or, and that creates a signal level of 1. Pay no mind to the blinking disco laser over here. So that needs to be a splice plate. The trouble is I have to build this circuit backwards, and that's throwing me. This has to be a splice plate no matter what. This has to be the multi-circuit, which will multiply our arbitrary constant by hopefully 1, which is a result of the OR gate. The ore gate takes this lever. Now we have 1 times 0 is nothing. Alright. Power 42. Energy and potential. How much power do I want to ship out of here? Because that's a lot of power. Well, let's try small amounts. In order to still be powered, it needs a minimum of 3, I think. Otherwise, the circuit just doesn't balance that way. And I can even test it by feeding it into a smaller loop. Wrong direction. That's what the wrench is for. Alright. Flick. It sent a tiny amount this way. This is still technically power. And then if I were to say, take a dirt block, put it here, and then remove this reflector, it all disappears. Fire again. So it's not strong enough to actually produce lightning yet. Let's give it an arbitrary power of 10. Is that good enough? I have no idea. Fire. It is a beam of charge with a power of 10. Also no lightning. 16. Now we get lightning. And 10 is all this has left now. It's still making beam noises even though it has nothing. So that was interesting. And that was just one piece of charcoal. We split that a bunch of times. I can get some cocoa beans. Make some bigger beams. I can get some salt. Does nether quartz beam? No. Gunpowder beams though, right? Pure energy. Make me an energy beam. Big ol' red beam. I have discovered energy. If we run off an energy... Wait. Energy was able to transmute things into redstone. Right? Crystallized redstone? No, alignment charge. My mistake. But this means I can use charcoal to create redstone from any stone or sand. Alright, let's run off a beam of charge, see what happens. It sets fires. Noted. Well, we have learned something here. And that is that I can set up a potent loop go get some charcoal, or not some charcoal, sorry, some cobblestone, basically, which I am creating infinitely. And then manufacture redstone. It'd be better if I could silk touch it. What would it take? Rose gold on a cobweb makes a silky cloth. And 5 silky cloth makes a silky tool. So I can just throw together any old pickaxe and give it silky power. Also, give me this glass. I have 1 whole ingot of netherite at the ready. Just 1. What else am I doing with any of this stuff? I need more rose gold. Good news, rose gold is an easy alloy. This spare stuff goes in here. I can also make beams with cocoa, apparently. So cocoa beans are a beam material. Salt is a beam material. Slime ball, technically a beam material. Kind of short on that, though. Charcoal is a beam material. Glowstone, also a beam material. We have many things to potentially experiment with here. What have we discovered so far? Energy, charge. There's a tiny little thing down here that's unknown. That's a very specific color. We'll worry about the tiny areas once we unlock more of the bigger ones. There we go. Rose gold. I'll need any old pickaxe. Probably just a slime steel. So if I get like an iron level one that mines really fast, so much the better. So focusing on mining speed. Copper has 5, but it's better at depths, which we don't have. Seared stone, 6/5, and cheap. I don't think it's meltable though. Iron, 6 magnetic. White stone is end stone. We don't have access to that. Slime steel is 6. Slime steel still the odds-on favorite. Ambronze has the crumbling trait. Its durability is terrible though. Still thinking slime steel. Rose gold, speed 9, durability no. Cobalt. Speed 6/5 plus lightweight. I think we're going cobalt with this one. So a cobalt pickhead. I could do a slime steel handle and a slime wood binding. Alright, slime wood tool binding. Need a tool handle, which is 1. And this cobalt here is going to become a pickhead. Then we'll give it silky. And I'll use that to mine this with silk touch, because if you break it, it drops 1 to 4. But if you mill it, it's guaranteed to have 4. So that's our rationale there. Cobalt. Pickaxe head. Where? Slime steel. Tool handle. There's our pick with its silky trait. I don't need to hang on to these anymore. They are for repairing armor I am no longer wearing. And we're good. Back to beam experiments. Except I don't have any cobble. Did all this because I was complaining that I've been a little short on cobble lately. Also, this circuit, I need a better thing on. We'll just cut this entirely for now. It does need to get up here. And I'm just gonna do a little drilling. Of course, this is the outdoors again. So, splice plate. I need an if. One if back is greater than side. So I need nether quartz. Nether quartz. Making circuits. There. And currently it's if it's greater than 0, which is wrong. At full, this will be 16, 15, 14, 13, 12. So if it's greater than 11, then we turn off the drill. Okay. Now we can get some things done. That's pulling off 16 of the power. Rip. Oh, it should not have gone boom. But I guess it's gonna go boom. Because I'm giving it power for slightly too long. We really have to make that a very small shot, don't we? Because if the beam goes for more than one tick, then it transmutes with the first tick and blasts lightning with the second. beam's colors have gone a little funky. It's still all charged though. It's just some of it is very weak. Beam powers become a bit unstable. I think maybe 2 shots left in this. Okay, now I have 1 shot left in it. And it has power 14, which is less than I'd like. But it's enough to get the job done. Which means I can turn the power down. And get more shots per energy thing. Okay, cocoa beans. What do beans do? That is a very purple bean. Force. I'm going to guess what that does. And I'm also going to guess that, well, it is a power of 16. It turned it into glowstone. That is not what it was supposed to do. Light does that. Not force. I'm not going to argue with free glowstone, though. But somehow, I got light. It only has a power of 12. But that's still enough to turn 1 glowstone into 4. Salt. What do you do? That's very blue. Expansion. What does the expansion power do? Beams, color chart. Okay, we have alignments. Charge. Adds forge energy to any machine it hits. 50 FE per power. Charges out of the store FE. Charge beams with power above 16 to summon a lightning bolt under the sky. Transmutes cobble to redstone. Void charge, also known as discharge, does the opposite. So I get lightning bolts with power above 16, and transmute cobblestone into redstone just by virtue of it being charged at all. Energy. Adds heat to heat cables. If it hits anything other than a heat machine, it starts a fire. Void energy, cold, will remove heat from heat machines and cables. So these magical stuff-powered lasers can just create heat out of nothing. Equilibrium. Force. That's not right. Is it equilibrium or is it force? Pushes sticky blocks. It treats them as normal blocks instead of them sticking to things. When the beam hits an entity, it will drag them into the beam and push them along the beam. So I can have a looping force beam elevator. Expansion. Places any items in the world in range as blocks if they have a block form. One of the only ways in Crossroads to place blocks. Void expansion will break blocks. And then light creates light clusters when it hits blocks, and converts cobble and stone into glowstone. Void light breaks light sources in range. We are learning. Unfortunately, this expansion beam doesn't help me. We'll just beam it out. Salt. Not useful right now. What I can do, in theory, and it is a silly theory, is if I turn this down to like 3 and create a light beam, then I get glowstone. And we are not creating light clusters, but it should be. Boom. Big light beam. Which I can use to manufacture glowstone. I wasn't having a glowstone shortage, but nevertheless, here we are. Zombie, your contributions to beam science are unwarranted and undesired. You are useless. Go. What? I summoned a small army. Why can't I hit you? So this is a painfully manual way to do beams. But I don't trust any kind of automation. Look at all the free stuff we're getting. Now with the power turned way down to 3, I can use the mighty charge to create well, it's not creating redstone. 5? No. 10. I don't want to go to 16 because I don't want lightning. There it goes. 10's enough. What if I go down to 9? 9 is enough. And this beam is very green. it became potential. We'll have to read about that. So 9 is enough to make redstone. Is 8? Yes. 7. No. Minimum 8 to make redstone. Let's have a look at all the colors we've learned about. And mill down the redstone we've manufactured. Also have a carrot for some reason. We don't question the carrot. But yeah, free redstone. What's not to love? White mode stops when hotter than a target. Blue stops the target temperature set via circuit signal. Or target temperature set in UI. Oh, that's why I haven't made one, because it requires detailed crafter with a sign. All this redstone, though. Lovely stuff. So 2 ingots worth of cobalt in there. Too much rose gold. This 1 netherite ingot. I wanted to apply the netherite upgrade to my slime steel cleaver. That's what that netherite bit was supposed to be all about. It took far too long to get. Damage goes up to 14. Durability spikes. Mining speed spikes, but nobody cares. We now have a devastating netherite blade. How are we doing on colors? Got a big chunk of it. There's a gray spot here, which is unknown. It's like maximum red, maximum green, and a very high amount of blue. But not light and not also light. It's a specific color of yellow light. And over here, in the energy spectrum, is a specific type of energy. We have expansion, potential, more light, force is over here in the purple area. And we have other things to discover yet, mostly involving the blue side of the spectrum. Haven't done a lot with the blues. Beam cannon has a detailed crafter dot thing. Beam staff, same problem. Blood effigy. Applies incoming beams to the owner of a blood sample from anywhere in the world. Beam effect power is limited to 1. Spoiled blood sample has a risk of backfiring. That is some literal witchcraft. So I could just use a red beam and set someone on fire anywhere in the world if I had their blood sample, apparently. Anyway, we look at this again, because I've got to get some stability type beams. Alchemical salt. How do you alchemical reactions requires things and stuff, which I pretty sure yeah, that's detailed crafter alchemy stuff. That is not available. Ooh, all slimes are solid potential. Potential, stability, energy potential. How about some lapis? We'll see what lapis does. It's also bothering me about prismarine stuff. Forget that. Prismarine. Snow. So we want lapis, snow, maybe blaze powder a little bit. I'm just curious what ender pearls do. So grab 2 of these. A little bit of lapis. A little bit of blaze powder. I think I determined that salt wasn't a useful beam. And what new subjects do we have? Potential. So I don't need the slime ball after all. Pure potential acts as bone meal. And it has an AoE heal that hurts undead. Void potential is death. Kills plants, harms things, ignores armor, and heals. Heals undead. Alignment void. Destroys blocks without drops. Damage any entity doing beam power damage. It's black. Adding void inverts the beam. Void is produced by sending any beam through a lens frame with a void crystal. A pure void beam is totally invisible if you have the transparent beams config. Oi, is Bulker. Bobo does not spell his name. Amazing telepotatoian stick. Smuggle it out of other dimension. Hot rod. De prize dat start de wood horse war. And dragon holitosis. So that's a blaze rod. This is a bottle of dragon's breath. And the prize that start the wood horse war, that one's a deep cut. I think that's referring to a golden apple, after the legend of Eris, to the fairest. also going to need a lens frame. This is why I kept a ruby, an emerald, and a diamond out, because rubies allow you to purify beams into a single color. Pure quartz with a light beam will convert the pure quartz to bright quartz. It's a cheap way to make bright quartz. So, lens frame is of course made of bronze. Why wouldn't it be? We make it of bronze. I need more purified quartz. May as well just make a bunch of it. Honestly, my best use of salt right now. Break you into nuggets. Do one of these. And now I want my 3 filter crystals. My inventory is getting very, very full with this Beam Lab stuff. But that's okay. Bare minimum, I am still manufacturing free redstone. What's not to like? I'm gonna put the lens frame here. Nope, rotate. Rotate. No. Yes, that way. And I have a red beam and a blue beam. Or the red and green. Purified. But I don't think I have that one. So let's fire some glowstone. And the light beam becomes a stability beam. Pure stability does what now? Blocks all explosions within range. Includes some wither explosions and explosions from chaos beams. All explosions will do no damage, destroy nothing, and be completely stopped. Void stability is chaos, which creates explosions. These explosions will drop all items. So if I get a void stability beam, I could use it as a mining laser. I've got green, blue, and red. Alignment charge exists. We still have 4 as yet undiscovered. Let me get rid of that. Lapis, what you do? Lapis straight up creates the enchantment beam. Enchantment will enchant 1 item dropped in the world within range with a level equal to the beam power. If the beam power is over 64, it can get treasure enchantments like mending. However, any enchanted item has a chance to be destroyed, which is a percent chance equal to its power. So the higher the power, the more enchantments we're forcing into it at once, the more likely it is to obliterate the item instead. Void enchant disenchants and can delete curses. Potent stuff. Blaze powder. That's a charge beam. 3216. Wasn't that the same as charcoal? No. It's a little different. And despite being a charge beam, it's not able to... Now it transmutes. It didn't want to transmute the first several cycles. So, we are continuing to learn. Is this still going according to plan? No. It is breaking and overloading the hopper when it should be off. That's because I miscounted the power level. This is 11, so this should be greater than 10. Now when the barrel is full, completely full, the system stops. Right, how are we doing on discoveries? We're missing a big chunk of the left here, a big chunk of the top right, and whatever this very specific color down here is. And I think I know. I think this is time from previous playthroughs. We have full green, full blue, and not quite full red. But not quite empty red either. How do I get green and blue with some red? Well, with solidified fusas, but we don't have access to that. Or this. Or that. I could just throw salt at it until it maxes out. And then start adding a little bit of red to corrupt it. Prismarine looks like the shortcut. That does exactly what I want in terms of color values. Sugar apparently does things too, but it does the same thing redstone does, roughly. Sulfur. Don't know where sulfur comes from. The other way is to completely screw around with that beam filter. Okay, but you, where are you? Where's the pig? Over here. Hey, pay attention. And get punched in there. Enjoy. I think I got gold out of that. Yeah, the nuggets of gold seem right. Clear glass pane. It's not the same. Don't get me wrong. Tinker's glass looks good, but it doesn't work as an ingredient in most of the things that we need glass for. Okay, so here's what I was going to do. What I'm going to do. What was pure red again? Was it redstone? Something that we threw in here produced a pure red beam. Gunpowder's on the ticket. That's weird. I swear we threw something in here and it made a pure red beam. Oh well, doesn't matter. We're going to be cheating with both hands. Let me actually go and grab the color chart. Just so I have my goals in sight. Axe item, huh? Okay, if you insist. Why do I still have the wrench? And no quartz, it won't help me. There we go. Our target is high green, high blue, middling red. So, we filter for green. It's not a very stable green beam, but I'll take it. And we do the same thing for blue. Now we have a very unstable beam that is part potential, part expansion. There's a lot of different values in there. And now we filter for red. Sneak some red in there. And we got fusion. Somewhere in that mess is fusion over here. Alright, what does fusion do? Has no effect, but there are several useful block conversions, like making prismarine from gravel and pure quartz blocks from sand. Void fusion, aka fission, does it backwards. So if I can consistently make a light teal beam, I could create lots of glowing quartz. And I'm just gonna bzz, and now it's bright quartz. Block of pure quartz alignment fusion, minimum power 16. It turns sands into pure quartz. Fascinating. We've done some things, like make a light cluster and a stone brick apparently. Now I'm still gonna get up here, which is high red, high blue, basically no green. Alright, that's even easier. Blast out that red. Do it again with blue. Now my beam is extremely purple. This is Rift. What does Rift do? Rift will spawn hostile mobs native to the biome. Power divided by 256 chance, with a chance capped at 1/4. It can spawn mobs in solid and ignores the spawn camp. In peaceful mode, it spawns the drops instead. Void Rift prevents spawning, as long as the beam is maintained. So when I release this beam, I could get some friends. But what was the chance on that again? Power divided by 256. And I only have a power 8 here. Like 4 ticks of it. So I'm not super concerned. Nothing. Fair enough. And that leaves way down here. Full red, kinda green, and very little blue. Alright then, let's start with the blue. That is a light amount of blue. Power 4. We add green. Like, that's a lot of green compared to the blue. So we'll start with 4. That bulks up the green. 4 to 16. And now red has to be a full send. Will I hit it? No. If we look at the RGB code, we have full red that we need. We have 32 blue and 128 green, which is too much green and too much blue. If I add more red, does it wash these out? No. Wait, I think the blue value went down. Blue 28, hit it. Blue 26. This can work. Blue down to 20. Unfortunately, I need blue to be down to like 10. Is 13 enough? 13 is technically in range. But now green is too low. We might get this. Add green. Green is now 64. Too low. Give it another shot of green. 77. I need a minimum of 85. And the blue is beginning to get too low. We got it. Time. Let me have my chart. We'll go inside, read all about time, and then talk about where we can go from here. Now that I've managed to painstakingly assemble all of the beam alignments. Time. Increases the tick rate of tile entities. This is a maximum of double tick speed. If applied to something like ticks that ticks randomly, like crops or ice melting, it will apply an extra random tick. It allows, double time. While not very strong, there's a stronger version later in technomancy. Void time is extremely dangerous. Don't use it. When you inevitably do anyway, don't say we didn't warn you. So I now have access to all the beams, and all the funky powers of beam madness. This here is just the essential stuff, which is useful, granted. The basics. We have intro to heat, with the Bobo offering we still haven't done. Intro to Rotary, which we've read through. Small gears, large gears, gear ratios, master axis. Intro to Fluids. Distilled water, steam, dirty water. Liquid fat, which I haven't done a thing with yet. And molten metal. Liquid fat, if I could manage that system, is technically infinite food. Intro to beams. Yeah, we now have ore tripling. We don't have automated salt, but it's fine. And stable food source we still need to work on. A lot. Beams do things, some of their power, alignments, color chart. You need to discover alignments with the meter. Beams can transmute. You can see these recipes by looking at the uses for beam reflectors. Beams and beams and beams, and beams and beams. Now, intro to paths, which I'm pretty sure didn't exist until we maxed out the color chart. By this point, you should have used beams. Alchemy, technomancy, and witchcraft are the 3 paths. By default, you can take every path in single player, but can pick only one in multi. If you can take only one path, pick carefully. The description is given below. When you unlock a path, you gain access to a huge number of new recipes, machines, and items. They have to be made in the detailed crafter, which is a special crafting table that can also craft the path-specific recipes and the path unlocker. To unlock any path, you must have discovered every non-void alignment, which is why I had to do the color chart thing. Every path has specialties. Not all paths are equally powerful or equally difficult. Alchemy is a path all about chemistry, materials, and transmutation. It adds a new crafting system based on chemical reaction. Alchemy allows mass production of gems and metals, makes special new super dense materials that allow gravity control, does terraforming, biome changing, and generally manipulates the forces of nature on a massive scale. While alchemy is powerful, and probably the most straightforward path, it's also dangerous. Mix the wrong endgame chemicals or spill something dangerous and you can wipe out your base and the surrounding landscape. It also takes longer to get the most powerful things in alchemy. Parts of it are locked behind first the Philosopher's Stone and later the Practitioner's Stone. To unlock alchemy, surround a glass bottle with paper. Technomancy is a path about time manipulation and high-power, high-risk systems. It's the path with the most cool gadgets. It allows time manipulation in an area and is fairly simple to start with, but making even a small mistake has a drastic consequence, unlike alchemy, where small mistakes have small consequences. Technomancy also allows much more precise control over rotary systems, making it possible to dramatically simplify and improve rotary setups. Most machines in Technomancy require at least 1 Nether star, but don't consume it. To unlock Technomancy in a detailed crafter, surround a small gear with paper. Witchcraft is the path about life and death. It's the simplest and least dangerous, but also the least powerful. I disagree. It's focused on mass producing and manipulating living creatures and plants. To unlock witchcraft in a detailed crafter, surround shears with paper. Notice how witchcraft gets practically no description here. It's just this tiny line here. Alchemy. You can manipulate the elements and blow yourself up. Technomancy. You can manipulate time and destroy your entire base with a tiny mistake. Witchcraft. We manipulate critters. Witchcraft is very undersold. The path sigils are items that allow sharing paths. Any player can use one to instantly unlock a path, or shift right-click the sigil to forget a path. Unlocking a path this way does not require discovering alignment first. Their single use can only be crafted by people who've already unlocked the path. So if you have friends, then you can each unlock one of these paths, and then create, I guess, path sigils to share your newfound knowledge with everyone else. And they're the same thing as doing it normally. So I have to make a detailed crafter with one of these leftover lens arrays, some tin that I haven't consumed yet, 4 obsidian, put away my filtering crystals, and that makes us our detailed crafter. The detailed crafter is a highly important block. We can't make any more progress without. I'll just stick it right there. And while we are not limited in what paths we can take, as this is a single-player game, I am still absolutely starting with witchcraft. It's a favorite, for good reason. So we get paper and shears. Shears, paper. Witchcraft unlocked. I could just immediately unlock the other paths right now, because again, single-player game. But let's tackle these one at a time. That will prevent us from getting quite overwhelmed with all of the options. So now we have the intro to witchcraft. It doesn't introduce any new energy systems or overarching mechanics or particularly dangerous features. Most features revolve around mobs, potions, or plants in some way. The largest system is cloning, which has many applications. Other highlights include the hydroponics trough for mass-producing plants, and new potion effects and recipes. There's no set or recommended order for using witchcraft. Pick whatever looks interesting and try it out. Witchcraft. There's a lot here. I'm actually going to take a small pause, stepping away for a bit, and then we'll get into this section of the book when I return. Back shortly. Alright, where was I? Witchcraft. Witchcraft does some things. We have an auto-injector, which automatically applies potion effects to mobs and players in the area. Generally more reliable and efficient than splash potions in a dispenser. It only works with potions with a duration, stores one potion type, and can be refilled. Potions are stored by their durations. That's more efficient than drinking them. The duration to apply can be changed with a wrench. It affects a 5x5x5, automatically applies to everything in the area, disabled with redstone, and reapplies when the potion effect is about to expire. So it's like a mini beacon, but for every potion type, or rather any potion type you can make. Blood centrifuge, used as part of the cloning process from blood pouches into centrifuged. It can process 2 at a time and takes a rotary connection. One operation always takes 5 seconds, regardless of whether it has rotary power or not. The created will gain degradation based on the rotary speed. If it isn't powered at all, the degradation may make it totally useless. While running, the rotary speed needs to be kept as close to the target speed as possible. The target speed starts at 0 per second and increases while running up to 10. So the target speed being aimed for changes during the craft operation. Spin direction doesn't matter. Rotary speed doesn't need to be perfect, but the better it is, the less degradation. It's possible to have 0 degradation gain. The centrifuge pouch will spoil at the same time the original pouch would have, so it doesn't reset the spoilage timer. Circuits read the current target speed. So this is an annoying machine, because it requires a variable speed that increases. Technically, you can give it a constant speed of 5 rads per second, and it'll be okay, because do you know what degradation does? Degradation reduces the max health of the mob at the end of the cloning process. Unless you're cloning a chicken, which has very little health to start with, having a reduced max health pool is good, because it makes your mob farms faster to kill. I'll get to what I'm talking about as we continue to read. Blood effigy. We looked at this. It allows you to affect a mob or player with beams from anywhere in the world with a blood sample. Using spoiled blood has a risk of backfiring, leading to the target experiencing a more powerful version of the void effect at random. So, wait. That means you could use spoiled blood on purpose and provide the opposite of the effect that you want to get a more powerful effect sometimes. Well, this is a multiplayer thing anyway. Unless, I suppose, I had a blood sample of a mob that I really, really hated. Cloning. Major automatable production path in witchcraft, which allows the cheap mass production of any non-boss mob, and creating custom variants with buffs, debuffs, or special traits. This allows the mass production of rare mob drops, large numbers of super strong tamed pets, better mounts, and more. The following special traits can be given to clones. Respawning. 30 seconds after dying, a respawning mob respawns at full health. They respawn with weakness, glowing, and soul transients for 30 seconds. If they die with soul set transients, basically while they're still glowing, they don't respawn. But as long as you wait for the glowing effect to fall off, they can respawn an unlimited number of times. And they always give their drops. This allows for infinite, respawnable anything. Wither skeletons, endermen. It doesn't matter. Imprinting. Never despawn naturally. If they're tameable, they will spawn pre-tamed, and they can be designed to be pre-tamed by a specific player or by whichever player spawns them. Permanent potion effects like fire resistance or regeneration. This can include debuffs if you want to make them easier to kill. Permanent effects are limited to power 1. All clones have degradation. A perfect clone has none, but errors or inefficiencies in the production process will have degradation, which reduces max health by 1 heart per degradation. So again, chickens with their low max health, you gotta be careful with. But something like an enderman that has about 20 hearts, you can fudge the numbers a bit. Clones of clones carry over the degradation from the previous clones. Cloning begins with a syringe to take a blood sample. The blood sample will spoil if not used quickly enough, and a spoiled blood sample causes degradation. The blood sample needs to be centrifuged, which can also spoil. If the centrifuge setup is flawed, it will cause degradation. The centrifuged blood sample is used to create an embryo. These embryos can be duplicated in a nutrition vat without needing more samples. The first embryo is created in a life spark capsule, where it can be customized. Embryos spoil after 30 minutes and are damaged by being frozen. They can be preserved in a nutrition vat, which can also duplicate them. Spoiled embryos are worthless. Finally, the embryo is made into a spawn egg using an incubator. So that is the main power of witchery, Crossroads Witchcraft. You take a mob blood sample, stuff it full of genetic manipulation, and create a spawn egg for it at the end of the line. We also have such ridiculous things as the combustible cactus. It's a farmable crop, which is a fuel twice as powerful as coal or charcoal, and they grow like cactus. The only risk is that they're very flammable and will explode if they catch fire. This is why I put a roof on the cactus farm. Formulation vat. Produces several liquids used in bulk. Requires a liquid input and an item ingredient. It uses heat. It wants to be at 100 C. Well, close to 100 C, but never over. If it goes over 100, it stops. Hemocompass. Give it a blood sample and it tracks the target. If spoiled, it won't work. Hydroponics trough. is a way to automate farming of basically any plant other than trees. It consumes fertilizer solution, which duplicates the plants. Items can only be removed from the output by automation while the trough has a signal, which opens the trough. And when it's opened, any of the fertilizer solution will be vented, wasting it. For most plants that require light, it needs to have a light level. Artificial light is fine. Circuits measure the fullness of the output slots. So give it a tank of fertilizer solution, an item, let it run, and when you open it, it wastes all whatever's left. Incubator. Incubator creates genetic plasmids used with the syringe and creates spawn eggs from embryos, so it's the end of the cloning process. Plasmids use a mutagen and a vanilla egg. Plasmids spoil. Spawn eggs take an embryo and cram it into an egg. It can take anywhere from 1 to 20 minutes, and 20 minutes might spoil the embryo. The rate it works on is based on the temperature, and it connects 2 heat cables on any side. It doesn't use heat, but it has to be kept close to the target temperature. While within 10 C of the target temperature, it takes 1 minute. While outside that range, it is 20 minutes. The target temperature is randomized every time it finishes a crafting operation. So this is another machine whose target temperature fluctuates wildly. And it needs its heat regulated very specifically. Life Spark Capsule creates the embryo from the centrifuged blood pouch. Ingredients have to be added to the Life Spark capsule using a syringe or dispenser. The blood pouch must be added first. Additional items can be added to add special traits. Potions will add the potion effect. Name tags will add imprinting. Soul clusters will add respawning. Imprinting is added with a blood sample from a player. To finalize the crafting, a lightning rod on top of the spark capsule needs to be hit by lightning. Like a charge beam. If the blood pouch was spoiled, it'll add degradation. And we have Bobo. Build a buddy. A hopper hawk. Start with bird that talk. So a parrot. Not the tick-tock cuckoo out and geck whoop hopperl your... I can't read this. Start with bird that talk, so a parrot. Out and gecked, out and checked. 1 hopper. Your buddy like to eat more hopper? I guess. This is the reason why I have bookmarked somewhere the developer's own like source code for the Bobo items, because sometimes I can parse this. Sometimes I can't. If it was consistent, maybe, but it's just nonsense. I have no idea what this is expected. Other than parrot blood sample to start, injecting hoppers, and then I don't know what the rest says. Medicinal mushrooms. Farmable crop with uses in brewing. They require darkness or mycelium and spread like normal mushrooms. They spread much faster and don't stop. So if I could make a mycelium floor somehow, like with a silky shovel perhaps, I'd have to find the mycelium first though. Then I could make a medicinal mushroom farm. Medicinal mushrooms or their powder can make potions of nausea, blindness, sedation, and neutralization. Sedation potions disable the AI of any mob. They will not move, fight back, attack, or react. This is the other part of the cloned mob farm. So you create a cloned mob that has respawning and sedation. And you have, at the end of it, a clonable mob that just kind of stands there, does nothing, lets you kill it for its drops, and respawn 30 seconds later. Neutralization are milk in potion form. They remove all potion effects. Nausea and blindness, kind of self-explanatory. Nutrition vat. This can preserve spoiling items but are damaged by freezing, and can clone embryos. It stores a single item, drained nutrient solution. And it can create copies of the embryo. Cloning embryos is free unless it has special traits. Each permanent potion requires a mutagen, and respawning requires a soul cluster. Oh boy, Bobo again. Another use for this machine, just need to use your head. Not your head, your their head, you dip tongue of a doctor. All you need is something choppy-loppy, tree-head, takey away of the ferrous variety. So an iron axe. And something pokey that takey away crimson goopy goop. A syringe. And something shiny, whiny, greeny money rock, an emerald. So an iron axe, a syringe, and an emerald. But I don't understand this entire paragraph. All the same. Iron axe, syringe, emerald. I don't have any spare emeralds to explore that with. But I could do a Bobo craft with those items. I need that emerald. That's a beam filter. Potion brewing vat. It's a brew stand alternative. Doesn't require blaze powder. Uses heat instead. It brews triple and can be faster. It likes to be around 125, just below. It's useful to note that Crossroads adds a recipe to fill empty bottles of water by brewing them with ice as an alternative to bottle filling. So yeah, it's just a variant brew stand. Souls, clusters, and shards. 4 shards in a cluster. Both are effective fuels, cold fuels, and beam fuels. Soul shards can be produced using potions of soul transients. Soul transients cause mobs to drop shards on death. Villagers, illagers, and ghosts, Vexes, phantoms, delays drop 4. Living mobs drop 2. Undead drop 1. Players never drop any. Mobs other than players with respawning will not respawn if they die with soul transients. Potions of transients are brewed with soul clusters, so the first soul cluster requires a source other than the potion. The auto-injector is helpful for automating this. If you say so. Spoilage. Several ingredients spoil. Yes, we read about that a lot. This apparently is what the sample freezer is for. 18 slots. And keep it cold. Certain items are damaged by being frozen. Freezing still prevents them from spoiling, but makes them worse in other ways. These items can be preserved in the nutrition vat without issue. Stasis box stops item from spoiling at no cost, and doesn't cause freezing damage. Only has 1 slot and requires technomancy. It's the only way to unspoil items. A time beam causes the stored item to rewind. And then it talks about the nutrition vat again, because spoilage. I did not know that there was a stasis box that could just reverse time on a spoiled item. That's pretty neat. Syringe. Applies potion effects more efficiently, makes some potions permanent, and takes blood samples. To use the syringe, it's held in one hand. The item used with it is held in the offhand. Right-click or shift-click will target the entity you're looking at, otherwise you. Using the syringe does 1 damage. Plasmids. Injecting potions with a syringe are twice as effective. With a duration, they last twice as long. With potions with a duration can also be injected permanently. This requires plasmids, which are made in the incubator. I don't know what that error is, but we've read about the incubator already. To apply plasmids to the syringe, use the syringe with non-spoiled plasmids, which will consume them. The next potion with a duration will last forever at power 1, so trying to give yourself permanent regen 2 will give you regen 1 instead. But each permanent potion effect added this way will reduce the target's maximum health by 1. Permanent effects and the associated max health decrease can be nuked with milk or a neutralization potion. Empty blood pouches are used with syringe to create blood samples. Filled blood pouches spoil in 2 hours. Empty blood pouches can be used by a dispenser to fill them from an entity. Okay. And the syringe also interacts with the life spark capsule. So there are things that we need to do, that I need to do anyway. One of them is this time beam over here. It needs to be stored. Time is annoying to make, as we saw. It cost a lot of glowstone to specifically balance all the colors correctly. And this is a very stable time beam. What's its current power? 112. Let's give it the full 112. And what I'm going to do is beam reflector it over here and put it into another stable beam loop. The trouble with doing it this way is that I won't be able to get it out of the stable beam loop without destroying it in part. No, I think it's fine. It's fine, we'll figure that out later. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. Just a beam loop. Here we go. Take this time beam and put it over there. And now I get my beam loop back. And I can again use it for beam things, like manufacturing more glowstone. What I mostly want to do right now is remove this reflector and replace it with another beam siphon. And more circuits. Because I'm going to have to be able to flick out a lightning bolt at will to make the life spark capsule work. And I'll also, need the life spark capsule itself. Because we're going to do some cloning. Beam siphon is made with glowing quartz. Alright, we're going to be making some glowing quartz. There's gotta be a faster way. Alright, we'll start putting this here. Taking this thing, putting it, basically anywhere. And I didn't bring any glowstone. I could have put the beam lab right here. But I wanted it to be far enough from my own house that if I did a messed up beam, it wouldn't cause any problems. All I'm doing here is creating a powerful light beam. Oh. Before I go anywhere, Circuits. Circuits. Some of that. A lever. Lever, 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 lever. Why am I staring here for a lever? Levers can be made. I need more wire plates. Smooth stone and redstone dust. Should have known that. Stone and that. The speed of this smelter furnace is very appreciated. But I'm going to have to manage additional heat systems at some point. Many additional heat systems. I don't need that. I have a crafting bench in my backpack. Alright. Throw in the glowstone. This makes us a powerful light beam, and now I can just basically turn these into glowing quartz for free. As many as I want. That gives me a beam siphon. But I need to do something about this light beam before I swap out this siphon. That's for later. Oh, whoops, that's still set to 112. Well, it needs to be like 8. I just belted out an entire segment of that beam. Apparently it can't be 8, because it's siphoning out the wrong color. 10? No, it has to be a multiple of 3. 12. That's better. Okay. I replace this with a beam siphon. Which will allow me to, you know what, just stick a lever on it. Levers are power 16, right? That'll just make a lightning bolt. Let's not leave it to chance. Does this even have to be a splice plate? Is this wasted? Reader. Can't go there. Reader. Lever. No. It doesn't work. I don't want to output 1. I want to output max. Max of nothing and lever. That is 15. That's not good enough. So I need basically an if gate and a constant of 16. Lots of math operations. Exponents. Inversion and other math. I'm going to do it the same way. Multiplication of an OR circuit against a constant circuit of 16. We have either 16 or 0, which is what I need. That will be the lever that fires a charge beam into the life spark capsule that it's talking about. Eventually we will need more beam siphons, but not just yet. Not just yet. Now, about all these things that we need to make. Life spark capsule. What is this? What Why? Empty tag Atmos antenna. Why? Why are you broken? Combustible cactus at least we can craft. Coal, gunpowder, and a cactus. But if I can't use the life spark capsule because it's uncraftable, seriously, why is this here? That is wrong. For gunpowder, for coal. In the detailed crafter, we make our first combustible cactus. I still need to make a vacuum hopper to instantly collect all this cactus. It'd be so much easier. I'm going to hide my boom cactus on the interior, and the normal cactus can go on the outside, as though I'm hiding what I'm truly growing from some unknown other player. These spares I just don't need. We have infinite cactus. So about that vacuum hopper. There's apparently a vacuum. I guess it's a Bobo thing. I vendor 3 obsidian hopper. Can't cheat and make a a golden hopper for this one. 3 of these, 1 of these. Vacuums up items and orbs in a 7x7x7 area. Works for me. That area is just big enough to encompass the entire farm. Let me just adjust it up a bit. Maybe a bit more. There we go. Now it encompasses the entire cactus farm. Quite perfectly. So now when I pull this lever, everything gets harvested, boom, right in there. Now let's for a moment pretend that we're not completely stymied on the life spark capsule thing. Mushrooms. Our medicinal mushroom is made from mushroom, netherwort, and slime balls for some reason. Fortunately, we have all the slime balls we can stand. So, oh, we have one of these. Can I make mycelium? Somehow. Is it producible? No. So I would have to find some. Or I could just make a toggleable dark room, which is not that difficult. think, however, that this will be our... This is where I call it, I think, for the day. And putting together a toggleable dark room for the mushrooms. So I can have them grown somewhere semi-safely. In fact, it's probably a much better idea to come down here and like over here. And, I don't know, make a bubble column and a water drop. I'll have to collect kelp for that. Let's have all these reminders of what I intend to do here. Bubble column made with soul sand. I don't have any kelp. But basically the idea is down here, like right here basically, we'll make a drop shaft to a water pool, and then a bubble column that comes back up. And down there is where we'll make our medicinal mushroom room and our holding cells for our eventual cloned mobs. Maybe the incubator can go down there too. Can I make the incubator? Oh yeah, it's really cheap. Copper, bricks, the hay bale, easy. The formulation of that will also, a cauldron, copper, not a big deal. You know what it makes? Nutrient solution from liquid fat and salt. Water and bone meal makes fertilizer. Water and soul soil makes soul essence. Soul sand as well. And other alchemical salts make these fertilizer. Also comes with slag. Yeah, crystallized soul shard making soul essence, not a mistake. Our first soul essence for making soul transients is water and soul sand. And then the soul essence will have to be fluid cooled at a negative temperature. Well, how do we do that? I never got to this one. Wheezewort is a plant that produces cold for free and can reach absolute zero. In the first stage, it's 1 block tall. In the second stage, it's 2 blocks tall and shoots cold upwards, freezing the block directly above it. Most of this cooling would normally be wasted from capping at absolute zero, but if the block is a heat reservoir, it can take advantage of much more. In the third growth stage, it is dead. So if I can also make one of these, pork chops, packed ice, and wheat seeds. Packed ice from ice, or I just put it in a cooling chamber set to 0. Not that I can get a cooling chamber to 0, I don't think. distilled water conveniently becomes packed ice. Normal water becomes normal ice. Or I can use a fusion beam on snow. So I get snow from ice, or I mill ice. It's all very circular that way. So I have to make a wheeze wart so I can cool some things. I don't have a way to make the ice right now. Because the way we get ice is by using a ice box. You just put snow in it, and it cools things to -20. That's how you get ice. And then I can make a wheeze wart, and the wheeze wart can go way, way down. Oh, Bobo, telling us about the special armor. Leather and 2 more things for water, squid ink, and fish. For fire, pork chop and fire dust. For poison, a steak and milk. For gravity, a feather and a lily pad. Okay, so there's an entire Bobo armor set. Why it's on the icebox page, I don't know. So we do icebox and fluid cooling, and we can make ice from our large reserve of distilled water. Funny how what we need to do just keeps going back and back and back. This is the same as a firebox, just with a piece of lapis in it. It's a firebox, it just happens to be blue. Do I have spare fluid cooling? No. I have all these heat cables, which are okay, but I need ice cables. Oh, but they'll melt at 0. I don't want that. Not really. I could use other cables, because these lose 1/4 of a degree per tick. Slime insulated is like, it's not much. Slime is great. Densus is not a thing, because that densus requires me to be in the alchemy tree. Wool, loss rate 0.1. Dirt, loot box cable, technically. Obsidian, 0.2. I think I want some slime cables. I got slime after all. And lots of it. I'm not doing anything else with these ichor balls. And the fluid cooling chamber is just iron and copper. The things I go through to make ice. There. There are statements of intent. An ice box to make ice so I can make the Wheezewort. A bubble vader. And a mushroom room. And all this has to go down here. I have all this lava I can bucket too. But that's not important right now. Somewhere in here, there are also some Bobo items that produce... Not you, that's the melted dirt cable. Somewhere in here there are Bobo items that produce passive thermal and passive rotary. Crucible, radiator, salt reactor, smelter, sword heater. I just don't know where Bobo hides all his stuff. Not the steamer page, not the boiler page. Nope. I has plumbing tip. Black shiny rock, plumbing sponge. So obsidian, a fluid pipe, and a sponge. Well, I don't have any sponges. I don't know what he could possibly be talking about. Poison potato. You can use a tube to make a vacuum hopper. Also the hopper and some cloth. So fluid tube, hopper, whoa. Makes a vacuum hopper. Okay. Tank, fat feeder. Spread the love to the big noses with a big shiny money block underneath the fat machine. Okay, so the fat feeder feeds players in range with liquid fat. We haven't even looked at the liquid fat system. It can breed animals, and apparently it can be used to breed villagers with an emerald block under it. Fat congealer uses liquid fat to produce edible blobs, a custom stat food. I don't really want to get into that right now. Nope. Dynamo. Something something forge power, lightning rod extensions. You know, like weather, it's never the way I want. Introduce the rain idol. Hold into a rain dance and rain. Want rain gone? Do opposite of rain dance. I don't know what the opposite of rain dance is. Make with gray dull rock, blue shiny rock, and a smidge of gold. Performing a rain dance may trigger sticky keys, so it's crouching a lot. Gray dull rock. Stone. Blue shiny rock. That could be lapis or diamond. And smidge of gold. So gold nugget. I think. It's so hard to know with him. That's the loot box cable again. I've already been to this page. Aesthetics, axles and gears, crank, blast. I'm just quickly scrolling to the end of every page to see if there's Bobo text. Spring-loaded crossbow. Turbine, Stirling engine. Whirligig wind turbine. Nope, nothing there either. We went through this whole section. We haven't looked at all the beam pages. Prism, frame, stabilizer, extractor, splitter. And we've looked at all of these pages, and they didn't have any Bobo stuff, I don't think. So, I don't know. There's this allium juice entry. Also, here I am trying to leave, and I have a trader honking in my ear. Probably hiding down here with my horse. Exactly. What do you have? A bucket of fish. Melon seeds. You have nothing. Trader. So useless so much of the time. Anyway, I looked. I did not see. We will leave ourselves here for our statement of intent. And this thing, I don't know what to do about this. Empty tag, crossroads, Atmos, antenna. Surely it is... Oh, Atmos antenna. Atmospheric attenuator? Well, I can't make that either, because it's from a different discipline. And it also requires itself, so that's not right. Maybe it means the lightning rod extension. Okay. Last thing before we go. I'm going to try and make this very important container. It isn't going to work. Because I don't have whatever that is. But maybe one of these will count. No, and also no. So I'm basically going to have to file some kind of report with the mod author to point out that the Life Spark capsule is currently uncraftable. And that'll be part of my day. In the meantime, that is all for us, and I will see you next time. Until then.